right. Silent Hill 2 Remake. Cam hack playthrough. Day 30. And possibly the finale. I might try to stream a little bit longer tonight if I can, because we're getting pretty close to the end. We left off last time. We were down here. And for the sake of having my weapons and my flashlight and everything like that, we got everything out of the shelves and clipped our way down here. I believe we're collecting, the little pieces of the Pimon puzzle. We've already looked around in a lot of these rooms. Nothing works. Order new sheets. Yeah, we looked around in here. Looked at the schedule. Spent a lot of time in here looking at all the food, looking inside all the cans, no canned light bulbs. Francisco Goya painting of bunnies, looked at all that. Opened this up, crawled through here. I think this is where we left off. Starting to explore this little section. Very drippy. Pipes and everything rendered up here. Areas up above the grating in the ceiling. Office microwave cooker. Did we ever find the can of light bulbs? No. No, we did not. I'm thinking that the entire reference is just the light bulb that you dip into the red paint. Typically, Bloober Team leaves a reference to the original whenever they change whenever they change up a puzzle or anything like that. They leave an Easter egg or a glimpse of the past. But I'm starting to get the feeling they didn't do that for the canned light bulbs. It's strictly just the light bulb that you dip into the red paint. And you don't even get the satisfying visual. There's no, like, little cutscene of James putting the light bulb in the can. You never physically see the light bulb in the can. You just combine the two things in your inventory, and then it's like, now you have a red bulb. So, kind of a letdown if there is no actual canned light bulb Easter egg or anything. It just seems so weird to me that Bloober Team would go out of their way to, like, keep Easter eggs and references and things like that for every other puzzle that changed between the original and the remake, and then not do something like that for the canned light bulbs. Bunch of bones on the table. Bunch of flat textured bones. They're not even like real 3D models, they're just little textures. Maybe it's in the fog real world hotel. Possibly. We'll be thorough and check around as the hotel changes. Little trash area outside of the hotel here. One of the trash cans should have a copy of HD Collection in it. I mean, they already put the Comic Sans sign on a pile of trash and rubble. So I appreciate that they've already taken their jab at the HD Collection. A bottle of Murdy. See, this is the other place where I thought if they're going to hide a tin can with light bulbs in it, this would be the spot. Green gemstone. No fancy fingers. Because we already have a Silent Hill 3 reference here. This is the It's Bread achievement. So you can see this can be examined. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't give you like the glimpse of the past notification or sound effect. There's nothing you can interact or do with the bread. It's just examinable. So if you examine this, it will unlock an achievement that just says it's bread as a Silent Hill 3 reference. So this is the reference kitchen. So maybe this is where they hid the canned bulbs. Let's start checking everything. A lot of pots and pans, buckets, plastic crates. Boxes, Cardboard tubes. Plates, dishes, mugs. A lot of these are repeat assets from the apartments, from Brookhaven. I'm not spending too much time kind of analyzing them. Dishwasher. Nothing in that. Yeah, we've got the silverware with the Chiron engravings on it. We've seen that in Brookhaven and a bunch of other places. Floral pattern mugs. Big jar for flour. The It's Bread reference is actually outstanding. That makes me happy. Yeah, that's a nice touch to include a little Silent Hill 3 reference, just as a trophy, as an achievement. All right. Check the prep tables. Come on. Come on, Bloober team. Just some light bulbs. Just some light bulb assets clipped inside one of these cans. Is that so much to ask? Can we expect a scathing 3-hour-long video essay if no canned bulbs? I'm definitely going to drop Silent Hill 2 Remake by 1 tier on my Silent Hill games tier list if they included references to all the Silent Hill 2 original puzzles except for this one. Respect they threw in references to other games just in case this didn't go so well. I mean, they're just trying to make stuff that they like and stuff that they knew fans would like. So there's references to Silent Hill 1, there's references to Silent Hill 3, there's little Easter eggs for Origins, there's little Easter eggs towards Homecoming, there's little Easter eggs towards the Silent Hill movie. They included a lot. They wanted to include a lot of stuff for fans of the series, not just fans of Silent Hill 2. Of course, we got our Monsterizer stand mixer. Seen that in a few places, but I love the appliances like the blenders and stand mixers and vacuum cleaners with creepy names. Oh, there's a lot of canned goods in the fridge. Cheesecake. Polish dumplings. Baked beans, no bulbs. Spaghetti, no bulbs. Roast beef. And it is beef. Not beef, roast beef. No bulbs. No bulbs. No bulbs. See all these cans stacked up in the fridge. We couldn't have one of them with some light bulbs in it, or even just on the label. Just something, some little reference. Nothing in there. I like how the refrigerator hum, there's just kind of like an ambient humming tone in the background. Very natural for the environment, but still kind of creepy in its own way. Sliced light bulbs in their own juice. Canned light bulbs suspended in syrup. Is that too much to ask for, Bloober? It's just bizarre how many other references they had to all the original puzzles. Not this one. Maybe I'm overestimating how iconic the canned light bulbs were in the original. Like, I always made a big deal about them. I always talked about it during my story playthroughs, but maybe for a lot of fans they were not that significant. They didn't really think about that part too much. It's just like, oh, you just get the bulb so you can put it in the lamp so you can use the key and move on. Maybe it's in another room like the Silent Hill sign. I mean, we've been meticulously going through every single room. This is another room. This is not like where they were in the original. We thoroughly checked the room that they were in the original, the kitchen behind the Venus Tears bar. We looked inside absolutely everything. So now they weren't where they would have been in, in comparison to the OG. So now we are checking every other room, including this one. This was like the most likely candidate in my mind, just because it's another kitchen with a lot of other items, details, and things in it. So I assume if they're not where they're supposed to be, this would be the place where they might have been put. But they're not here. They're not in the lost and found. Maintenance room, there is a maintenance room. They weren't in the maintenance room. Already looked through that. In the air vents. It's also just a lot of reused assets at this point. No, even bulbs aside, there hasn't really been a whole lot more new Easter eggs or interesting details for a little while. Here. It's on one of these notes. Table 5. Porridge times 2. Pork chop times 2. Juice. 500 milliliters. Pie. 2 pieces. Table 9. Borscht. Times 4. Baked potatoes times 4. With onion. Beef steak, rare, times 2. Bagel and coffee, times 4. Ukrainians, written at the bottom of the the ticket. Why does that matter? Well, there's an interesting detail for you. I was just saying we haven't gotten anything like that in a little while. Table 6, herbal tea, potato pancakes, times 2. Croissant, times 2. Table 11, mashed potatoes, times 2. Veal cutlet, times 2. Challah, times 2. Juice, apple, tomato. Mixed? What? Apple tomato juice? Table 1. Omelette. Grilled veggies. Beef steak, well done. 50 milliliters of rum. Omelette, grilled veggies, beef steak, well done, and some rum. Table 8. Breakfast menu, times 2. Apple juice, hot chocolate. Table 4. Greek salad. Rice, times 2. Broiled fish, times 2. Caesar salad. And 2 sundaes. Double sundae. Table 7. Fried potato. But then that looks scratched out, like they canceled it. 2 times grilled vegetables. Why do you write it out on that one? And then that one is just grilled vegs. Cabbage soup and 50 milliliters of whiskey. Table 2, 4 donuts, 4 lemonades, scrambled eggs, cake, B-Day, Tiffany, 11. Tiffany's 11 years old. Happy birthday, Tiffany. Enjoy your donuts and lemonade, and scrambled eggs and cake. Table 3, soup with mushrooms, times 2, whole grain bread, 4 pieces, 2 times white coffee. And the upside down one, table 10, cupcakes times 3, tea, 50 milliliters, garden salad times 3, and a firm platter. It's very specific. Okay. Some interesting little notes there. Tiffany's birthday and the Ukrainians at table 9 eating borscht and beefsteak, their bagels and coffee. Shout outs to my Ukrainian friends. It's too bad my moderator Captain Blad's not here to witness the representation. You could tell me how accurate that is for a Ukrainian breakfast. Plates, forks, tea bags, water jugs. This is all right here on the other side of the piano room. So aside from our bread Silent Hill 3 reference, no canned bulbs here either. Such a sadness. But at least there's bread. Vending machine, same as the one that is at Jack's Inn. The Orangizer, POC water, Thunder Taste energy drink, Summer Dew, Orange Punch with kiwi, the Grapist soda, ceiling tiles, Diet Sweet Soda, more Summer Dew, Water, thunder, orangizer, grapist. Yeah, same stuff we've seen in some other locations. And that's the elevator where we came down. Time recorder company. The clock lock. One of few... Well, no, it's 10 past 9. There's only, I think, 2 clocks in the whole game that we have found that are not 10 past 9. One of them didn't have hands at all. And then one of them was a different time altogether. And it's actually the one in the hotel lobby behind the help desk. Job and name, in and out, hours, time. Time to punch in, James. Yeah. I've worked in some places that still used punch cards when you're clocking in and clocking out when I was younger. This would normally open back up to the lobby. Seizure warning. Those textures aren't loaded in, they're just going crazy over there. Manager's room, no access. Yeah, this is this one. Manager's little personal area. Bed, bathroom. We got another one of the little Pimon pieces. But we've already thoroughly explored this area. That's pretty much it for this downstairs part. Time to put together the Pimon. There it is. Keypad number memo. And our completed sigil of Pimon. An actual thing from occultism and demonology. Popularized by the movie Hereditary, which Bloober Team have said they were fans of. It's why they include this as like a reference. 7414. I like the way it's burned in there as well. This intricate little puzzle box. These are the types of things that I would love to see, like, recreated. Any fans out there, make a functional Pimon puzzle box. I would want to buy it. Maybe I can 3D print my own. go. Videotape and basement key. There is a key. Are we fancy about it? No. Even though there's a key, we've seen this before. If the key is like attached to something else or there's another item that you get at the same time, he's usually not feeling fancy finger about it. Trying to see if there's any sort of discernible labeling or markings or anything like that on the tape. Yep, there it is. See, Super Tape Video Cassette Silent Hill. And I think we get a better chance to look at it once we put it into our inventory. Yeah, it separates the tape out from the key. Let's see, nothing marked for the recording time or the date. Just Super Tape Cassette, Video Cassette, Silent Hill. Actually just the Silent Hill movie, the first one on VHS. James recorded it when it played on TV, on cable. This is his bootleg VHS copy of the first Silent Hill movie. He's a big Sean Bean fan. Recorded over his marriage tape, yeah. The wedding day tape, it's getting sacrificed. Gotta tape over it. And we get a staticky TV. No Morse code clicking the way there is with some of the other static TVs. And just a looping sound, repeating visual texture. Just want to take my time and look at these kind of things. They've hidden messages in other staticky TVs and very subtle things like that, so always worth taking a little bit of a look. See if there's anything interesting, noticeable. Is James excited for the Silent Hill 2 movie that's being made? Think he'll bootleg that one too? Like many of us, James probably gave up after Silent Hill Revelations. Oh yeah, before we use this, let's take out the basement key by itself. And now the finger is fancy. Not fancy when he's got the tape and the key at the same time. Not fancy with just the tape. The key by itself. This calls for fancy fingers. Are they still going with the Jacob Crane gimmick in the Silent Hill 2 movie? I don't know. The movie's finally coming out in January. So we will find out. Is it wireless TV? Yeah, tube TVs, big tube TVs like this wouldn't have been wireless in reality back in the day. This one mysteriously is. There were little, like, portable TVs back then. I used to have a little black and white, like a camping TV that was battery powered. It was like 6D batteries, and you'd have this little TV. It was super heavy because of the batteries and everything and just being a tube TV, but it was small enough that you could bring it along for like camping and stuff. But a big, like, normal sized TV like this realistically would have a power plug. But hey, it's Silent Hill. Stuff's weird and not logical and not making sense. I'm okay with our spooky wireless TV. All right, now let's use our basement key. Bags of cement, mop and bucket. Lamp with no bulb. Just a bunch of lampshades stacked up. All the spares. Even more cement. Wheelbarrow, trash bags. Maybe the joke is there are no light bulbs on account of the lack of canned light bulbs. No, we've seen light bulbs in other lamps and fixtures. There was one in the exit sign. You clip into the exit sign. There's one right there. We've already clipped around and looked in here, which is why that Mandarin's already dead. Here's another stack of lampshades. Boots, buckets. Boots, buckets, and barrels. Different style of lamp. 3 like candle holders. Genuinely think Bloober wasn't aware the bulbs being in a can is strange. They should have known. They would have known. I think they just reworked the puzzle so that the light bulb that you have to dip into the paint is supposed to be the whole thing. It's the whole reference. They didn't think there would be weirdo, obsessive fans like me that wanted to see a tin can with some light bulbs in it this badly. All 5% of the fan base that cared. I'd say 5% is probably being pretty generous. So many people who played Silent Hill 2 Remake aren't even familiar with the original. They never played the original Silent Hill 2. Like, there's a ton of new Silent Hill fans that this is the only Silent Hill game they've played. And for a lot of the old fans, your average Silent Hill 2 fan who hasn't played the game in like 15 years probably played this and enjoyed it and just didn't even really notice. Didn't care that much. We're a pretty small subset of fans that are going to pick up on a lot of these very specific, particular details. Drown our sorrows in straight bourbon whiskey, snakebite whiskey. And vin de table rosé. But yeah, we've already looked around this room. Looked around everything in here pretty thoroughly. This was when we clipped behind the Venus Tears bar. Looking for the light bulbs. The first day reaching the hotel. Commend the remake for that. It's the best thing we could have hoped for. Best thing we could hope for with this franchise. It's clearly done its part, since another remake is on the way. Hey, this one sold decently. Like it is Silent Hill 2 Remake is the best-selling Silent Hill game now. It finally broke the record previously held by Silent Hill 1, which is something else that a lot of fans maybe don't realize. Silent Hill 2 is considered sort of the cult favorite, the fan favorite. But that was not reflected in terms of sales numbers. Silent Hill 1 was previously the best-selling Silent Hill game. And every Silent Hill game since Silent Hill 1 sold worse than the previous one. So 2 sold well, but not as much as 1. 3 sold decently, but not as much as 2. And so on and so forth throughout the franchise. Hey MacGyver, I do have a YouTube channel. I have 2 of them. Just search for Nub Zombie on YouTube. You should be able to find me. It's just the same name. Nub Zombie, all one word, on YouTube. And then a link to my secondary channel is there on that channel, on the main channel. If you just scroll down to the bottom of the homepage of my main YouTube channel, you'll see a link to the Nub Zombie Archive channel, which is where I put all of the unedited, raw stream archives. Sean Bean cigarettes, stack of newspapers, we've seen those. Silent Hill 2, artistically acclaimed and recognized by the audience, but as a whole, not considered a major game. Story outshined the game in a major way. It was also just not well received on launch. It's very lauded and appreciated now, and was sort of after the fact. But keep in mind, especially Japanese sales for Silent Hill 2 were not met with the best of reception, because a lot of people who played Silent Hill 1 played Silent Hill 2 and they were like, what is this? Why is this completely unrelated? The town doesn't look the same. Where's Harry Mason? Where's Alessa? Where's the cult? I wanted Harry Mason. I wanted cult. I wanted Alessa. I wanted to see familiar areas. And instead, you got this completely different experience. And a lot of fans were put off by that when Silent Hill 2 first came out. Over time, people started to understand the deeper meanings and themes, subtext, and the game got a lot of praise and a big fan following because of that. But that wasn't really reflected on its initial release. Look, I'm driving. Got our pump valve. Bulbs yet? There's a bulb. The bulb for you, Rushmore. No canned bulbs, though. I think the dream is dead. Unless they're in one of these cans right here. Pretty much looked inside every can in this fucking hotel. Yeah. Nah. It's just the red paint. It's just the can of red paint. For painting that one bulb red. That's the whole reference, and they didn't even keep in a little Easter egg to reference the original. I don't get it. When they went out of their way to include those references for every other puzzle that changed, Like, here's the old coin puzzle broken in a room. Here's scrapes on the wall where the old clock puzzle was. Here's the horseshoe and the melted wax doll. Like, all this other stuff that they went out of their way to reference. And then they didn't follow through with the canned light bulb puzzle. I like the rolls of the wallpaper and stuff, though. Maybe Other Side Hotel? That's what some other people have suggested. We're still in the Otherworld Hotel. Remember, the hotel works differently. It's backwards. You're in the Otherworld version first. The nice, normal-looking hotel is the Otherworld version. That's not what the hotel looks like in reality. The hotel in reality is partially burned down and water damaged. So that's the real version of the hotel. That we eventually see. So once we get to the real hotel and everything is burned and damaged, we might find it. But yeah, I'm starting to think they just didn't include it. They thought that just the can of paint that you dip a light bulb into would be enough of a reference. But we've got plenty of Peterson kerosene and all-purpose Ultra Lube. Oh yeah, and the old boy hammer. Have another old boy hammer. Reference to the Korean movie Old Boy. Carved into big ass hammer. We've seen several of those around. I think the first one we found was in Brookhaven. A few others here in the hotel. Some cool little Easter eggs. But not as cool as canned light bulbs. Yeah, here's one right here on the table. The old boy hammer. With the fingerprints and stuff around the handle. Great movie. You should watch Old Boy if you never have. Make sure to watch the original, like, I think it's 2003. Not the remake. Loops back around this way. Hallway fight scene's probably the best shot fight scene. Best shot fight scene in cinema history. And don't say that lightly. Oh yeah, it's up there. There is some amazing fight scenes, amazing choreography, and just some really cinematic shots. It's a great movie. Great, great movie. There's the Venus bar key. Insurance prices, small changes, same newspaper. Pressure valve. Repeated book assets, medical dictionary. Stuff from Brookhaven, actually. Yeah, the medical dictionary with files. Pens and pencil arranged in the shape of an arrow. Seen that as far back as Woodside Apartments. Nothing hiding in the drawers. Wrenches, old boy hammers. Just kind of seemed like a weird painting. Try and see if there was anything behind that texture. Low poly boiler. It's funny, going through and looking at a lot of these assets, I didn't realize how many weirdly low poly things there were in a lot of parts of the environments. Right next to stuff that's like super highly detailed. And then you'll have something really big and obvious that's like weirdly low poly. At some point, I want to do kind of a follow-up cam hack thing where we take a look at the unpatched version of this game. Because when this game came out, there was a lot of issues with stuttering and performance problems that Bloober Team tried to fix with a few patches. And I'm wondering if those patches just lowered the poly count and texture resolution for a lot of these things to try to help performance. Because, like, look at this. Look how bad these look compared to a lot of the other assets. And I can't help but wonder if they just turned down a lot of these poly counts and texture resolution files and things to try to help performance in a few spaces. Plot twist, the bulbs are in the unpatched version. It's possible. Maybe they patched out the bulb reference. It's wishful thinking and very not likely, but always possible. All right. Let's get our key. Start feeling fancy. So this, by the way, this is the kitchen that we checked first. Because in the original, this is where the canned light bulbs were. So once I got to the hotel, this was like the first place we checked. It's the kitchen behind the Venus Tears bar. So they would have been in a tin can on top of one of these tables. And no, surely they've appeared just now? Yeah, they didn't. The assets in here are the same. Nothing new. The only tin cans are the baked beans over here. Cans of spaghetti in this box. And we looked inside every single one of them. Hey, how's it going, Sasam? Stream's going well. We were doing some Silent Hill character tier listing earlier. Tonight, I think we're going to finish up the cam hack playthrough. Better leave. $25. Part of the strange photos, which have a hidden message. Collect all of them and solve the puzzle. Which spells out, "You've been here for 2 decades." A little nod for the fans and the time discrepancy between the original and the remake. All of us fans who've been here in Silent Hill, playing these games over and over and discussing them. As well as a little nod towards the original Silent Hill 2 loop theory, which originates from the first game, from Silent Hill 2 original, rather. Back before we had developer commentary to set us straight, inform us of James's subconscious and the character's subconscious projecting onto reality around them, changing their perception. A lot of fans were trying to find explanations for why you find so many dead Jameses around town. And that's where the original loop theory came from. All the way back in 2001. It's not anything new or invented by the remake, the way a lot of new fans seem to think. The idea of Silent Hill being a type of purgatory that doesn't let you go. But a lot of that, like I said, has been disproven through supplementary materials, through developer commentary. But it was still a popular theory back then. It's a popular theory now. And Bloober Team did an interview where a few of their developers talked about how they were specifically tasked with delving through all the old internet forums and finding a bunch of old fan theories, even ones that they themselves did not agree with or believe in, and trying to include references to as many of them as possible in the remake, because they wanted fans to recognize and appreciate that they were aware of those fan theories. Yeah. Red Velvet, reference to Blue Velvet. Leonidas, historical leader of the Spartans, or a 300 reference. Not sure why exactly that's here. Maybe someone on Bloober Team just is a history buff and or likes the movie 300. Keswick Pride, which is where Derwentwater is located. That's the original photograph of Toluca Lake from Silent Hill 2 OG. When you're looking at Toluca Lake from the intro of the game, from the observation deck, that's not a painted image. That's a photograph of a real lake called Derwentwater, which is located in Keswick, England. Jacob's Lager, reference to Jacob's Ladder, very influential film by Adrian Lyne that inspired a lot of aspects of Silent Hill 2. Ale Peaks, reference to Twin Peaks, very influential work by David Lynch when it comes to the Silent Hill series. And of course, Toluca Light, just a reference, nice, simple, easy reference for Toluca Lake. There's our little mermaid figure. Part of the new music box puzzle. Not feeling fancy about it. Hope you put Wheeler top tier. I mean, we haven't gotten to Homecoming in that list yet. There's like 330 something characters in the tier list that I'm working through. So we've done a part 1 and a part 2. And we're almost through the Silent Hill 4 characters now. We still have a long way to go, because it has some very obscure characters and things on it. It's also missing a lot of characters that should have been included. There's no Norman Reedus and Lisa from PT or anything like that. So it's kind of a weird list. It's got a lot of really obscure ones, but it's also got what should have been obvious ones kind of missing. Music Machine 2000, same jukebox in Neely's Bar. Same artwork. The back of it. And they got Coffin Lord. One of the vinyl records that we saw in the music store, I Love Groovy Music. Outlaw Star. Great anime. Highly recommend it if you like space action classic anime. Afraid of Whispers, Dream Tomorrow, Wind of Fire, Budapest, and Call Me. Yeah, we looked at all the vinyl records and stuff that they have throughout the game. Most of them are in Groovy Music Store. Can imagine Silent Hill 4 is a hassle because so many background person who lives in 101 sentence long characters. Yep. That's what we're getting to next time when we get around to recording part 3. Because we got through the main characters and we got through Walter's victims. And that's where we left off. Nature's Spirit. Keswick brand. We got another Keswick Pride reference. Along with what I assume is also a photo from Derwentwater in Keswick, England. If you like cold beer, you will love Keswick. I've had a lot of people who are from there or nearby there correct me a million times that it's Keswick and not Keswick. Which is why I'm pronouncing it that way, in case you're wondering. Flower pattern in the bottom of the ashtray. Big Fish Bonanza. This month you could be the Toluca King. Attend the bait workshop hosted by last month's winner for big bites and even bigger prizes. Do you have what it takes to land the Toluca monster? They look like monsters to you? I wonder who this cool guy is. Women want him and fish fear him. Picture of a fish. Trophies, medals. All the little fishing lures. For some reason, you can examine these. I don't know why. You can look at them, and it just gives you like a camera angle. Can't move them or interact with them. Break the glass. Still can't grab them. They weren't like super significant in the original Silent Hill 2. You could examine them. So if you went all the way back, because when you go through this area in Silent Hill 2 OG, all your stuff is supposed to be on the shelf, including your flashlight. And if you don't have your flashlight, there's a lot of stuff that James will not interact with or comment on. But if you go all the way back upstairs and get all your stuff from the employee elevator room, get everything off the shelf, come back down here with your flashlight, you can examine a similar display of lures. And James makes a little comment about how they used to have fishing tournaments, but he was never very good, or how there was fishing on Toluca Lake, but he says he was never very good at it, so he never did it. That's the whole thing. You get a little insight into James's character. He was a bad fisherman and didn't bother fishing while he was in Silent Hill for vacation. But aside from that little bit of dialogue from the OG, I don't know why these are examinable here. Maybe they originally had some dialogue for James, similar to that when you look at these, that they decided to cut or forgot to record or something. In all seriousness, could just play into his fixation on water. Possibly. There's a lot of thematic water elements to James and his perception of the other world. his relation to Toluca Lake, the in-water ending. But the fishing lures seem much more specific. Like, you can't examine the leaky aquarium, the much more obvious, like, water thematic thing in this room. But you can examine the fishing lures. It just seems weird. James is a sopping, wet, sad boy. It's the original. The original sad, wet man. Which is how the Ascension, Silent Hill Ascension developers described Toby. That's being a sad, wet man. Well, we've got our VHS tape, and we've got all the things for the music box. Hotel is still minor damage, but it hasn't shifted and changed just yet. I do want to make a save here. And I'm trying to experiment with some of these sequence break things and get some ideas on, like, when certain things trigger and activate other things. So, for example, we can go up to the 3rd floor. And I'm curious if where we're at now, having the VHS tape in our inventory, is enough to let this cutscene trigger, the UFO ending trigger, and we'll see if the dog ending can trigger. Because I've already clipped up here and tried to see if those things would work even before going and doing all the stuff we just did. And you can get into these rooms and still kind of get the prompts for, like, the UFO ending. Like, you hear the sound cue that you're supposed to use your blue gem, but it doesn't actually work when you take it out. So now that we've progressed a little bit more, have the VHS in our inventory, I want to see if this stuff will work. There's the sound cue that tells you to use the blue gem. Still does not activate. Still does not trigger the UFO ending. So the game is looking for something else. There's some other event trigger that needs to have happened. It might be the music box itself. So we'll find out, because that'll be the next thing to try. I assume we can probably use the VHS right now. But before that, let me try dog ending. Last time we tried this, the room opens up. You can explore the control room, but it doesn't actually trigger the ending. Oh! But it skips right to the credits? Huh. That's bizarre. We don't actually get the cutscene, but the credit trigger is there now. So, having the VHS tape, doing the stuff in the basement level, is apparently the event trigger for the credits, but not the actual dog ending cutscene. We even get the results screen. That's weird. Okay, so let's reload. Let's go 3rd floor again. Could be interesting for speedrunners. I mean, it's interesting just kind of seeing the way the game works in general. How these event triggers and things are set up, what the game is looking for in a particular sequence. It might not always necessarily be something that will benefit speedruns, but it could. Having that sort of information could potentially help when future skips or clips or things may be discovered. So let me try doing this again. Again, we're skipping the music box. We're going out of sequence. Oh, and now UFO works. After reloading. Okay, well, enjoy the UFO ending. I just wanted to let that song fully play. It's so weird that they moved that song to the UFO ending of all things. Because that song, Angels Thanatos, used to play after the Maria ending in the original. But then we also do get this. Boop, 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 boop. We still have a lot to look at, Seska. We're doing a little bit of sequence breaking and looking at some extra endings early. Okay. So that was weird. So we were able to reload, go back to the room, and trigger the UFO ending this time. Let's try the dog ending again and see if that works the same way after loading a save. Which, presumably, it will. No. What the hell? So, we did this before, and it triggered the dog ending credits, but it skipped the dog ending cutscene. Now we tried it again, and it just gives us the explorable control room with no Mira and no cutscene trigger. What? Wait, I probably have to go into 312 first. I probably have to go into 312 first and maybe even watch the VHS and then go dog room. Because that was the order of things in the original. Flop. So we go 312. We do not use the thing. Videotape. We're gonna get here normally. Oh, does it not even give me the option to skip? This cutscene's too important to skip, apparently. Well, I guess we'll watch this.
また撮ってるの？やだ。はあ、何もないけどいいところよね。落ち着ける。これ知ってる？この辺りは神聖な場所だったんだって。わかる気がする。もっと痛かったな。だからいつかまた来よう。
ああ、ここにいたんだ。メアリーはどこ？ねえ、何か言って。
メアリーには会えない。死んだんだ。
嘘でしょ。
いや、本当だ。
病気で死んじゃったの？
私が殺した。
バカ、なんでそんなことしたの？人殺し。返して、メアリーを返してよ。邪魔だったの？メアリーが嫌いだったの？ジェームスのバカ！バカバカバカ！ジェームスのバカ！メアリーはずっと待ってたのに。なんで？
ごめん。メアリーはここにはいない。メアリー。
ジェームス、どこにいるの？待ってる。ずっと待ってる。お願い、こっちに来て。私が来て。お願いだから。
でもどこにいる？
Such a good performance in those scenes. Even with the Japanese dialogue, like a lot of people maybe not have maybe not heard the Japanese variation yet. At what point does the delusion dissolve for Laura? Immediately? Is she running through the burnt down hotel room? We don't know. We never really get to see things from Laura's perspective. Like, clearly she is in some variation of delusion as well. She doesn't see monsters, which has been confirmed by developers like Masahiro Ito. Don't forget to recycle. But she's still in, like, not reality either. She's not just in the normal town. Because she's running around the hotel as though it's fine. But don't know. We don't know what it looks like to her, when it changes, if it changes. All right, we're going to be back up here in a moment. So I mainly just want to check and see. Oh, observation room. Observation room is part of the Delusion Hotel. It doesn't even exist here after you watch the tape. So that can't be it. Sorry, we're testing things right now, and that was not the correct save. This one. We're just testing some stuff. So we got the UFO ending to trigger. We got the dog ending credits to trigger. But for some reason, not the dog ending cutscene. Try again. That's so weird. Last time we got the dog credits, we did this first, and then came in here. Came over here and used the key. Let's see if that can be replicated. Losing where I am, trying to flip through. Here, there, there. Last time we came in here, tried to use the blue gem. Blue gem didn't work the first time. It worked the second time. And then came over here, tried the dog key, and it just skipped straight to the credits. Spitballing because casually never had this issue. Is the door not unlocked that gives access because you're just teleporting up? I mean, that's literally the whole thing we're testing right now, Nicholas. I've been testing each sequence of events, like when I very first got to the hotel, just teleport straight up here, try the dog key. Doesn't work, like lets you go into the room, but doesn't trigger the cutscene. Tried to teleport up here, teleport right into this room. As soon as we got to the hotel, tried to use the blue gem, didn't give you the UFO ending. So every step of the way, like, all right, let's try it after the Mandarin fight. Let's try it after this. Let's try it after that. I've been trying it each step of the way to see what the event trigger is that allows these cutscenes to happen. So the biggest event trigger that we just did in this stream was getting the videotape, going through, doing the basement, opening the safe, getting the VHS tape. But we have not done the music box. But clearly we were able to get the UFO ending. I don't know, you may have just gotten here and didn't see that. But for some reason I was able to trigger the UFO ending after loading a save. And I was able to trigger the dog ending credits. It skips straight to the credit roll with the dog ending music, but not the actual dog ending cutscene. So I don't think it's the door padlock. I think there's just something weird going on when you sequence break this, where like sometimes it'll trigger and sometimes it won't. So I'm just testing things. Don't worry about it. Let's try touching this door. It's just a physical trigger. It is.
こっちを向け。またお前の仕業だったのか。
Okay, that answers my question. In the Japanese dub, I was wondering if they have the Japanese actor speak Polish, and he doesn't. He just speaks Japanese like normal. Because if you here, I'll show you for comparison. Yeah, if you're in English, it's in Polish. If you're playing in the English dub, they have Luke Roberts speaking in Polish. In the original Silent Hill 2, it's Guy Seehee, who is normally an American English-speaking actor, who suddenly starts speaking Japanese. There is no Japanese dub of the original Silent Hill 2. That game is only in English. So the only time you hear Japanese is the dog ending, when they have the American actors speaking Japanese for the original Silent Hill 2 dog ending. I was curious what they do with the Japanese dub in this game, because the English one has the English-speaking actor speak in Polish. Japanese just stays in Japanese. That's kind of weird. Okay, but I think we have it figured out. I think physically touching the door is the trigger, now that we have the VHS tape. Whoops, this isn't what I wanted to do. Go to the main menu. Go to settings. I'll show everyone the English version with Luke Roberts speaking Polish. that'll also give me the opportunity to test my theory here. So, touch the locked door. Then dog key.
Fuck shit. Nie. To nie może być prawda.
So there you go. There's your comparison. Japanese dub stays in Japanese. English dub has Luke Roberts speaking Polish. But there we go. So we figured out a little bit of how those events work. I'm going to switch back to Japanese, just because. Seen a couple of endings now. UFO ending, dog ending. Let's watch UFO and dog ending one more time each. And then we're going to progress normally. Which is basically just doing the music box and then doing this. But there's one more thing I want to do. There's one more thing I want to check. Check this. Check this. We zoom the camera way out so that we can get a different perspective. Then we use the dog key. Look at that.
Eh? またお前の仕業だったのか。
Okay. Fun seeing how the scene is constructed. With Mira clipping into the chair and not really being animated as walking up to James, just sort of sliding in. Okay, same thing with the UFO ending. I'm gonna pull it up one more time, but with the camera zoomed out to give a different perspective, if that even works for the UFO ending, because those could just be static images, not 3D rendered with like the camera. So I don't know, we could see some weird stuff here. It might be very weird looking, or it might be basically the same depending on how this scene is set up. Zoom it out. And blue gem. Oh my god. The scenes are playing in the environment on a little monitor. The static scenes are not just full screen static images. It's the camera zoomed in on a little monitor that's just out here on the balcony. I have to say that's not what I was expecting. That's so funny that it's just playing through it on a little screen on the balcony instead of rendering like a new also different music. Different credit music compared to when we triggered UFO the first time. So there's like random credit music for UFO ending? Huh. Hey, Zucchina. Showed up in time for the credits. Heck yeah, let's go. Oh, that's like the 6th time we've looked at credits. We're not done. We're not done. I'm sequence breaking and testing stuff. We still have a lot to look at. We're not even close. So yeah, now we're going to do things more normal. So solve the music box. Snow White. Cinderella. Little Merm. This perspective makes it look a bit weird. Oops. Besides the Silent Hill Ranch sign, what were your favorite Easter eggs you discovered? Other than the Silent Hill Ranch sign, the Silent Hill 1 movie references, Shoot and Crusher Dan VHS copies. There's a movie theater in Silent Hill 1 that plays, or it doesn't play, but there's posters for movies called Shoot and Crusher Dan that use the posters of Raiders of the Lost Ark and Die Hard 2. It's a pretty deep cut Easter egg. So I really liked that they included VHS copies of Shoot and Crusher Dan hidden in the environment in a couple of places. They're in the house where you pick up the wooden plank the first time, and they're also in one of the nurse offices in Brookhaven. So I really like that reference just because it's such an obscure Silent Hill 1 reference. I love that they included VHS copies of Shoot and Crusher Dan. And then Eddie's ice cream bucket. The nutritional facts that are printed on the side of the giant ice cream bucket that Eddie's eating in the theater says daily nutritional value for a gutless fatso. And it has references to like gutless fatso on it. And the nutritional facts says like super fat and hyper fat and like all these different types of fat that are not real things. So all referencing Eddie's size and him being a gutless fatso, the Laura line. That's a bit awkward. Can't see all the keys from that perspective. Reset. Oh, that's right. That one's just one. A fancy finger for the music box. That's a good... I think that's the best thing I could do here. In the original Silent Hill 2, I always do a music box dance with James during this part. But because of the controls and the movement in the remake, you don't really have the same kind of dance moves. Can't really make that work the same way. I think I like wiggling the key. Oh. Oh. Why? Why? Clone James didn't inherit the moves. Yeah, apparently. Although let's take a look at this now that it's sitting here and it's working, rotating. Pretty cool. See the actual figurines still each inside the little compartments they go into. They don't just like vanish. Did it say something? Trademark? We looked at this last time. This is an actual thing. It is Polyphone. So it is trademarked Polyphone. That is a real life brand of music box. Like this exact same type of music box, upright music box. But yeah, trademark Polyphone. So sorry if it seems like I'm not paying attention to details on it. It's because it's stuff that we looked at in previous parts of this playthrough. You'll have to go watch part 28 or part 29 or something if you missed it. Okay, now we've got our third floor key. No new damage to the hotel. That doesn't really start until after we get into the hotel room and watch the tape. Which section of the game do you think the remake did best? Abstract Daddy. Abstract Daddy. That entire sequence and fight. They turned up the creepiness and the gross aspect of it to 11. It's so disturbing. They kept everything very close to the original thematically, but they took it from being one little room into like an entire floor of the Labyrinth. Like this huge set piece with all of this disturbing imagery, everything sort of happening very gradually, where it starts off very normal looking version of Angela's home, and then it starts breaking away and revealing the fleshy walls and the machinery and everything else behind it. Oh, so good. So well done. Very creepy, very disturbing. Took the themes and imagery from the original and expanded on them in a way that still felt within the thematic and artistic vision of the original. Just making it way creepier. Super, super well done part of the game. All right, let's zoom this camera way out and take a look at the VHS cutscene and see if this is a different perspective. Maybe James is we'll see the zoomed out Mary on the TV, or maybe it's playing out on the balcony like the UFO ending. God, that was so funny. So weird. Hey, Flatline Connoisseur. Welcome. Love the Silent Hill vids on YouTube. Just found you on Twitch. Appreciate you. Thank you for enjoying what I do and being here for the live stream and being part of a future YouTube video. Glad you enjoy. All right, let's watch this videotape yet again, but now with a little different camera perspective.
また撮ってるの？やだ。はあ、何もないけどいいところよね。落ち着ける。これ知ってる？この辺りは神聖な場所だったんだって。わかる気がする。もっと痛かったな。だからいつかまた来よう。ああ、ここにいたんだ。メアリーはどこ？ねえ、何か言って。
メアリーには会えない。死んだんだ。
嘘でしょ。
いや、本当だ。
病気で死んじゃったの？
私が殺した。
バカ、なんでそんなことしたの？人殺し。返して、メアリーを返してよ。邪魔だったの？メアリーが嫌いだったの？ジェームスのバカ、バカバカバカ、ジェームスのバカ。メアリーはずっと待ってたのに。なんで
ごめん。メアリーはここにはいない。メアリー。 でもどこにいる？
もうすぐよ。お願い、ここまで来て。一人にしないで、ジェームス。ジェームス。
Well, it did play the video on the TV. That was a little bit funny looking. The outside textures got weird for a second too. Yeah, the perspective and stuff gets off. Like it's not quite lined up with everything else. It's funny seeing James and Laura's hands, like, because they knew these were going to be really tight, close shots for the camera, that they didn't need to animate the hands and take the time to, like, animate those parts of the characters that were not going to be seen typically. So they're just standing there very stiff, their fingers cramped. Yeah, Roxy, a lot of cramped fingers in this scene. A little bit funny seeing the video playing on the screen of the TV, like off center and in the wrong aspect ratio. Shouldn't it be 4:3? And instead it was like widescreen, because, you know, normally it's zoomed in and most people are playing it on a modern widescreen monitor. Also the variation in the Japanese dub, for anybody who hadn't heard the Japanese version of this game yet, Laura is not saying "I hate you, I hate you." She's saying "baka baka baka, James no baka." She's just calling him an idiot over and over. Idiot, idiot, idiot. James, you're an idiot. Is there a list of all the places we hear Mary's gasps? I'm sure fans have probably compiled that somewhere already. You hear it in Saul Street Apartments. You hear it in the walkway on the way to Rosewater Park from Blue Creek Apartments. You hear it in one of the Brookhaven hallways. You hear it in the tunnel going after Laura before the Mandarins. I'm sure I'm forgetting some. But then you hear it as part of the VHS tape there, where it has been originating from the entire time. James subconsciously recalling Mary's final breath. Or I guess not her final breath, but the breath where she realized James was smothering her. Sticking out in his subconscious, replaying during different critical moments of the game. Let's see. Ooh, I wanted to look at the outside. Lighting. Oh. Game. Crash? Nope. Whee! Whoop. There's a save point. We can use that as a point of reference. In fact, let's go ahead and save it while I'm messing around. Potentially break the game. So, Venus Tears Bar. Let's see if there's canned light bulbs here. Now that it's the other world, or The real version. We're no longer in the Otherworld hotel. The Otherworld hotel is the nice hotel. That's not really how the hotel looks. This is how the hotel actually is. But I'm not seeing any new tin cans. Not hiding underwater. The flood water is from the firemen putting out the fire. Combination of that, possibly sprinkler systems. But yeah, basically the efforts to put out the fire also left the place flooded and water damaged, on top of everything else that had been burned. Yeah, still no canned light bulbs in here. Unplayable. Unacceptable. And the fishing lures are gone. Whoa. Okay. Can't do that. So that part of the hotel just doesn't even have a floor. Even if you try to go out of bounds, they make this part work in a fairly linear fashion. We've got the elevator. This just to load in the next part of the floor. Love the sound effects. Everything during this part, all the squishy flooring, footsteps. These old soaked moldy carpets. Yeah, nothing gonna be rendered in here. We can even see fire extinguishers and fire hoses. Still unrolled. Yeah, there's the emergency fire hose and alarm. Someone broke it open. So you can actually see remnants of the firefighting that was done when everything caught fire. Everything they tried to do to contain the fire. But this place is wrecked. Last little message from the Brookhaven Hospital director. Not as good. Not as good as the OG flashback to James talking with Mary's doctor. That's kind of what they're going for here. Just in a little creepier, more ambiguous way, but... I don't know. I still think they went a little bit overboard with some of the hospital director stuff. Definitely given way to a lot of really out there fan theories. But hey, if people are having fun theorizing over stuff like that, then have fun. But I feel like seeing something like that and being like, oh, it's the same actor. And it's the same way in Japanese and in English. In English, it's Luke Roberts. In Japanese, it's the Japanese voice actor for James, who voices those memos from the Brookhaven director. But I don't think you're supposed to interpret that as James is literally that person, or vice versa, the way a lot of fans tend to. I think it's just supposed to be more indication of James's subconscious being projected into his environment. The notes that he finds, the messages that he gets. It's a way for the town to allow him to speak with his own subconscious, confront all of these thoughts and ideas that he's had with Mary, with her treatment, with himself. We've even got a charred mannequin laying over here. Some different textures for a lot of these assets that we've seen before, now that they have the like heat damage and everything else on them. I love the way they made the plastic and everything like bubbled up and cracked. It's not just like burned and charred. It's actually like bubbled the way a lot of plastics and stuff would be. Want some good screen caps of James. Although he's being a little bit silly with his foot. Let's see. Much of this floor can we actually look at and explore? Oh. We can teleport up here. Music changes. Definitely not supposed to be here. Nothing else rendered. Good chance I just go falling through the floor. Good music track. although it always makes me sad that it just reminds me that the flashback audio of James talking with Mary's doctor is not in the remake. Because I always think of that scene, that dialogue, whenever I hear that music track. You're a doctor. It's your job to heal people. Dr. Walter Sullivan. In the original Silent Hill 2, that audio scene, Mary's doctor is voiced by Dennis Fault, who is also the voice of Walter Sullivan in Silent Hill 4. So, once you know that, and you go back and play the OG Silent Hill 2, it just sounds like Dr. Walter Sullivan. All we get about Walter here officially is the newspaper article at Woodside. I mean, that's the same as it is in the OG. All the references to Walter that are in the original are here in the remake. You get the newspaper about his murders. You get the reference in the elevator game show, although it's a little different. The way it's worded for the remake, it's a slightly different question, but it still mentions Walter's murders. And you get Walter's tombstone in the graveyard area at the end of the Labyrinth. Same as the OG. We just don't get Walter's voice actor as Mary's doctor. What I love about Silent Hill 4 is how it ties both Silent Hill 2 and 1 through 3 together. Definitely my second favorite in the franchise. I mean, it has the benefit of being written retroactively in order to tie those things together, right? Like, they didn't write Silent Hill 4 until Silent Hill 3 was already mid-production. It wasn't an idea until that point. And then it was developed alongside Silent Hill 3. So they had the benefit of being able to look at things that were already being worked on for Silent Hill 3 and go back and look at the memos that were written about Walter Sullivan in Silent Hill 2 and then expand on those. But definitely good the way that they tried to reference the other games and make these little connecting elements. Silent Hill 3, you get the first time that you see Joseph Schreiber's article about the cult and the orphanage and the water prison, his expose on the Silent Hill cult. You find that in Brookhaven Hospital in Silent Hill 3, and then of course you find the exact same note, magazine, whatever, in Silent Hill 4. You find the orphanage note referencing Alessa. All that good stuff. Oh. That falls almost exactly on the mannequin. Not quite. Since I was clipping down here and like looking at this room beforehand. Is that mannequin there because you can visibly. Yeah. That's why that mannequin is there. So you can look down from this floor after the thing falls down and see the mannequin lying there. For anybody who missed the earlier parts of this playthrough, the mannequins are modeled after Salome Gunnersdottir, the actress who plays Mary and Maria. It's like her exact same facial features. So it is Mary, it is Maria. Cam hack of Silent Hill 1 Remake is going to be so much fun. I mean, we're going to be playing Silent Hill F and cam hacking that game before Silent Hill 1 Remake as well. Got a lot to look forward to. Silent Hill F is right around the corner. This track screams hopelessness. Yeah, this is a really great audio track. That droning, just going back between those tones. For you interpret this as hopelessness. I always interpreted this as just like mindfuck. Everything, reality has become so dissonant compared to where it's been up until this point. Even though we're at a point where James is kind of being the most honest with himself, the most aware of the truth. It's actually the exact score that drew me into the series a couple years ago. It captured my brain and it wouldn't let it go. Did you hear it in a TikTok? Did you hear it in a YouTube short? Because I swear, this is one of those tracks that people just copy and use, or clip and use for random creepy TikTok or YouTube short type stuff. Which, you know, whatever. If it gets people into hearing the music and interested in the series, like, I'm not going to shit on that, but this is one of those tracks that I just hear used all the time. No access. Authorized personnel only. I feel like this sign with all the smoke damage and everything on it is a reference to a real life thing. Hold on. Let me tab out and find this. And now I can't find it. One of those things that I probably have saved on an old hard drive. because I used to see it everywhere, and people would Photoshop it and be like, warning, you are entering Silent Hill. Like, it's been memed into Silent Hill memes, but I think it was taken from like an actual photo of a sign that was damaged in, I want to say, a wildfire somewhere. Damaged bed and suitcases. Sure, don't have enough health drinks. Can never have too many health drinks. Burned paintings. I love the audio shift when you're standing on the boards there. A lot of that type of stuff just to kind of draw you towards those key places. Where to go next. That like low rumbling in the background, and the creaking wood when you stand on it. Even little bits of wood falling from up there. Please, clean up the room. There's no room rendered. And just the cart of random heavy stuff. The AC unit, the wrench. All the metal tools, hammers, extension cables, paint can, no bulbs. Yeah, Brodite, we looked outside multiple times. It's just a big old void. You can see kind of the outside silhouette of the hotel, but it's not rendered, and if you try to go too far in any direction, the lighting just kind of gives up. There is no healing of thy bruise. Thy wound is grievous. Which... let's pull this up. This is from the book of Nahum. Nahum, Nahum. I'm not religious. I don't know. From the Bible, Nahum 3:19. There is no healing of thy bruise. Thy wound is grievous. All that hear the report of thee shall clap their hands over thee. For upon whom hath not thy wickedness passed continually? The verse is a metaphor for severe and incurable damage that has been done to the city of Nineveh, which is being punished for its wickedness. Just as James is being punished for his. There is no healing. The wound is grievous. There's no coming back from what you've done, James. And in that same sense, there is no healing Mary. You see the cart kind of like slowly rolling around there. A bit wider perspective than normal. Where it was rotating. Take a quick look around all this. Just checking the little area the cart was blocking. Still can't get it right. Another one of our strange photos. For the "You've Been Here 2 Decades" Easter egg. It's an inverted vision from the mirror. I like this photo. Out of all of them, it's the bathroom that you start in the observation at the very beginning of the game. Speaking of well-placed biblical references, Temporal Fry. You just said, love me a well-placed biblical reference if it fits what's going on. The original also had some biblical references, not as many. Bloober Team added a lot more, but the original biblical references were in that starting area bathroom from the book of Job. Thy fashioned and made me, and by thy hand have destroyed me. Turn around and destroy me, or turn about and destroy me. There's a lot of variations of it, but that is painted on the wall in the bathroom, as well as lying here like a garment that is moth-eaten. So things that are referencing Mary, things that are referencing James killing Mary in the context, but you have that same Bible quote reversed from the perspective of the mirror in the starting area bathroom as this strange photo. And instead of the typical way of solving the strange photos, where you count a number of objects in the photo to decipher which letter corresponds to the overall message, normally there would be like, 3 scratches so that you would look at the third letter. And here they just hide the number 6 very, very faintly as part of the photo, so that you know that it's the 6th letter as part of the "You've been here 2 decades" message. It's easy to overdo, but I haven't really seen anything too overbearing. No. I would say the worst one is in the prison, where it just has "reap what you sow" painted in big letters on the wall. That's probably the most egregious one. And like, I get it. I get what they're going for. It's a bit much. It's a bit unnecessary. It's a little too obvious. But the majority of their little Bible references and things like that throughout the game, it's hidden on like car license plates, or that one optional room here that we just looked at. So for the most part, those little references and things are handled pretty well. Here's our tipped over cart. All of our tools fell out. Another old boy hammer. Old boy hammer. Did they make the performance better? Compared to what, Stray Demon? Compared to launch? Yes, there were patches like months ago to improve performance. But there hasn't been anything recent, if that's what you mean. And I'm playing on PC, by the way. Obviously, from the cam hack, that should clue you in onto what version I'm playing. But stuff like PS5 Pro, Bloober, that's the last news about any kind of patch, was Bloober said they would be working on patches to help performance on PS5 Pro. That was like 2 months ago or something. And there still have not been any updates or patches since then. They said they were working on something, and it has yet to be released. They probably have their hands full with everything else going on. Chronos: The New Dawn, Silent Hill 1 Remake. So patches and stuff for this game are going to be like B-team back burner stuff at this point, unfortunately. Sadly didn't help you much Ducky. Haven't been able to get past the hospital because the stutters are still so severe on PC. Because a lot of it is also, if you're on PC, it's going to come down to just what your setup is, what your computer is. Because I've managed to get the game to a very playable, stable, decent running setup on my PC, and I do not have a super high-end PC or anything. I've got a 3060 Ti. So if your computer's better than mine and still having issues running stutters and stuff, you might want to look into settings and reinstalling and stuff like that. Unreal Engine 5's a resource hog? Yeah. Yep. What do you think of the rumors about the Maria DLC? I'll believe it when I see it. I don't care about rumors. I care about official announcements. I care about actual information. Not people who quote-unquote leak things and are only right maybe 50% of the time at best. Because when you get popular for being a information leaker, and then you have a long dry spell of no new information to leak, a lot of times, in order to keep up your follower count and try to stay relevant, you just make shit up. That's the harsh truth about a lot of leakers. You make shit up to try to stay relevant in between times where you actually have information. So I don't give any thought to leaks and leakers and stuff like that. I'd say if there was going to be a DLC for this game, if they were going to do Born from a Wish or anything like that, it's not going to be until after October at the latest. I would imagine sequence of events here and actual information. So Silent Hill 2 Remake, when it first came out, there was this Sony exclusive agreement contract signed for the console exclusivity rights. Of course, it can release on PC and everything. That's usually separate. But in terms of releasing on console, they signed a 1-year exclusivity contract with Sony. So that's the real information. That 1 year is going to be up this October. So if there was going to be an announcement for Silent Hill 2 Remake on Xbox or other platforms, other consoles, Switch 2, I don't know, it's not going to be until after October when that contract ends. So if they were going to include major patches or updates or DLC, it would probably be bundled in with other platform releases. Which, not going to happen until after October at the absolute soonest, if at all. That's my speculation on that. But even that, I find kind of I doubt Bloober Team's going to necessarily put a lot of time and effort and resources into that at this point. As said, they've got their whole other project, Chronos the New Dawn, that they're working on and gearing up for the release of. We know that they're currently developing Silent Hill 1 Remake. So I think they're moving on to the next projects. Silent Hill 2 did its thing. It was super successful. It sold a bunch of copies. And Bloober Team's got bigger, more important things to focus on than Born from a Wish. Sorry, I'm just kind of sitting here yapping about other stuff and trying to make sure I don't overlook or miss anything interesting in the environments. Bit too late for the DLC to capitalize on the momentum now. Yep, I would agree on that. Unless, like I said, it was bundled in with a re-release on other platforms. If you're trying to get in a whole new audience to buy the game on Xbox or whatever, packaging it with, you know, it's also going to have this DLC, you know, type of thing would be the smarter way to go about it. But just, I don't know. I don't think it's in the cards. I could be wrong. Just making assumptions. Hey. Haven't seen our creepy vintage photo couple in a little while. We've seen this photo in a lot of other places. Very reminiscent of PT. Reminds me a lot of the photos of the couple in PT. Same with the creepy children back here. All these vintage photos. Oh, and the open envelopes. Nice little reminder in the environment to check your own special envelope. So last time, the letter looks normal. You can open it up, you can read it at any point through the game up until you fight with Eddie. Once you kill Eddie, if you try to look at the letter, you can take out the parchment, you can take out the paper that the letter was written on, but the letter itself is blank. Now, after having watched the VHS tape, Mary's letter, there is nothing in the envelope. Now it is just an empty envelope. The paper is not just blank, it's gone. And that letter will change one more time. That's going to be after the Pyramid Head fight. And after that, the envelope will entirely be gone from our inventory, indicating that it was never real. It was all part of James's delusion. There is a real letter that Mary wrote. The real letter is in the town. Laura stole it from Nurse Rachel's locker and brought it to the town, which is why the town was able to manifest the fake one for James. Because by the time James arrived here, Laura was already here. The real letter was already here. But James did not come to the town because of a letter from his dead wife, the way he's convinced himself. That's part of the delusion. James came to the town to kill himself over the guilt of having killed Mary. He blocks it out. He has a severe mental break that puts him in a delusional state, enhanced by the town's power, making his delusions seem more real. Wasn't a letter. That's not what brought him here. Letter was never real. Not the one he had. Most of the clothes and stuff in here are gone. A couple of jackets still up in this corner. I like how all these areas are still, like, familiar compared to how they were earlier in the delusional state of the hotel, the Otherworld Hotel. Can't wait for Nub's attempt to tie together the Blooberverse. What does that even mean? I've played all the other Bloober Team games. I'm not revisiting them or tying together anything. You can watch me play all the other Bloober Team stuff on my YouTube channel. You're going to see me play Layers of Fear 2, Blair Witch. The only ones I don't have on YouTube are The Medium, which I started on stream, and then it was so bad I finished it off stream and didn't archive it. And Observation? I always mix up the no-code game and the Bloober game. One of them is called Observer, one of them is called Observation. The no-code game is good. The Bloober game was bad. And I just played that one off stream. I didn't archive that either. The mannequin wearing the glasses. The burned up mannequin wearing glasses. Weird detail there. You know how there's the joke theory about Bloodborne, Dark Souls, Demon Souls, Sekiro, Elden Ring being under one universe, like the From Soft universe? You can do that with Bloober Team. I'd rather not. I'll leave that to people who actually enjoy Bloober's other games. But I'd rather not revisit those games for the sake of that. I'll leave that to you Bloober fanboys. I like how you get the little peek at the mannequin here through the torn screen. All the variations on the charred mannequins. Wear red dress? No red dress. Got burnt up. Don't know what to tell you. Unless it's over here buried in rubble. Doesn't look like it. Okay, so this brings us back to the director's message. Okay, we clipped down here earlier and already looked at a lot of this. Surprised how many objects and details they have in these rooms that you can't even go into. Elevator actually functions. Got to appreciate whenever games have elevators actually take you physically from floor to floor. Because a lot of video games, they will sort of cheat the way elevators work. You go into it, it doesn't go anywhere. They shake the camera around, they play sound effects, and It makes it sound like it's moving and just sort of lock you into a little room for a bit while they load a different room, different area around you. This one actually does physically move you to the floor. It's doing the other thing as well. You can see, like, it's unloading the floors that you were on and loading in this new lower area. But it is actually moving you from floor to floor. This is going to put us, yeah, right here next to the Venus Tears. We've already clipped down here and looked around. Not going to linger too much on the areas that we've already explored, but I still like checking to see if there's anything maybe hiding under the water. Anything like that. We looked around here just to see if there were any canned light bulbs now that this environment has changed. No new cans, no new light bulbs. Pump room is not rendered. Checking around everywhere, see if there's any last little details or Easter eggs here. I love how bright the light from Angela's hallway is now. Blood-stained clothes on a cart. Haha, get it? It's a fire exit. There's definitely going to be some fire. At least for Angela. Debatable whether or not James sees it. That's so messed up. I mean, that's definitely what they're going for, right? I'm not wrong in assuming that's the reference. We're about to see a stairwell engulfed in flames. James comments on the heat. Angela comments on the flames. We as the players see it. Angela sees it. You don't think he does, Hank? I would agree with you, if not for the fact that Masahiro Ito and Hiroyuki Owaku have said otherwise. They have said that James, like the player for that scene, is seeing what James sees. I've never interpreted that scene that way. I've always interpreted Angela is seeing the fire. We as the player, as an outside third person, are seeing the fire. And James is just perceiving the heat of it because of his reaction. But Ito and Owaku say otherwise. Which just does not make as much sense to me. But who am I to argue? Oh, cool. And the way they set this up. The way they set this up. So this is the basement stairs that leads up to the area where we were with all the mandarins and the Pimon puzzle. And instead of Angela's staircase being there, once we touch the door, it's just going to trigger a cutscene for the whole Angela stair thing to happen. Oh, there it is. It's in a separate environment way over there. It's in a totally separate environment all the way over here. So we touch the door and it's going to teleport us over here for that sequence. I'm so glad we could actually see it from out of bounds. Does it animate? Oh, it animates too. There's Angela's father and brother pinned up to the walls. Phase in to see if you can move inside. Pretty sure we can. Oh, yeah. And run around Angela's staircase. Yeah, a little bit smaller figure. Angela's brother, a little bit bigger figure. Angela's father sort of looks like the abstract daddy, like split into. put James up here in the flames. Oh, there's no collision. To the particle effects. Might have to reload. We are now stuck in a void. These things happen. Yep. Luckily, we got a save right here. Let's go explore over there some more. I just like being able to see the asset itself, the environment, flames, everything for the stairs. Yeah. Collision only goes up to this point. There's the thumbnail. All right. So let's activate the actual cutscene and zoom everything way out so we get a little bit different camera perspective for the scene itself.
Mama. Mama. 探してたのよ。もうママしかいない。やっと安心できるわ。ママ。どうしたの？違う。ママじゃない。そう。あなた。
すまない、アンジェラ。君が正しかった。探している人はもういない。いないんだ。
さっきは助けてくれてありがとう。でも必要なかった。 ママは知ってた。私はそういう人間。
いやアンジェラ、それは違うよ。
いいの、やめて。そんな資格ない。それとも本当に助けてくれる？守ってくれる？支えて私を愛してくれるの？ほらやっぱり。ジェームス、包丁返して。
いやダメだ。
あなたが使うの？ご自由に。何も変わらない。
ここはひどく暑い。
見えるの？私にはいつもする。
Well, with the wide perspective there, we were able to see Angela kind of blip out of existence at the end of the scene. And yeah, coming back here afterwards, she's not, her model's not still here or anything. Blocked off from there, but it is still rendered. Don't know why, but the acting in the Japanese dub hits a bit harder. The Japanese dub's very good. I've done a few playthroughs now of both English and Japanese. And I gotta say, I really like them both. We're at the point now where enemies are passive. They don't actually actively attack you, and they will just die if observed, if left on their own. I thought this was a really cool addition to the remake. This little segment here, including the enemies, giving you the opportunity to attack them if you want, but you don't have to. Hey, it's the cold drinks vending machine. Foosball table. Everything all burned up. Burned note. 312 to be cleared out. No one's returning. That was James and Mary's room. I love seeing the zoom out where his arm is twisted all weird. Flips over notes. This was the little office with the Pimon puzzle. Ooh, like moaning noises of the mannequin. As we get a bit closer to it, we'll die. Did the animation on this one bug out? I thought that one also just had a passive death animation. I think it bugged out. She's cowering. Like the mannequin is scared of James. I mean, that's kind of the implication of when it crawls over that way, like moaning and everything, but... See the way the flashlight keeps activating? When I've done previous playthroughs, I think it had a death animation just like the other creatures. That's just like not activating here. There's our final save point. Hold on. Off. Interactions. Get rid of that icon. So this whole time, you can see James is currently animated, right? Not? Did I do this wrong? No. Go. Are my controls not working? There it goes. Now James is animated. Now our save points are animated. They're all swirling. That's going to be my new desktop wallpaper. Oh. And James staring into it. Perspective from the save point. Now I've got a wallpaper for both my monitors. Oh yeah. And this detail. Final save point. Everything that's happened up to this point. That last interaction with Angela. And James can't even look directly at the save anymore. His eyes dart around and look off to the side. Look at his lips, look at his jaw. His chin is like clenching and unclenching, quivering almost. Great detail. Let's take a good look at James's character model at this point. Even in that red lighting, we're looking pretty rough. Sweat stains, bags under the eyes, dirt under the nails, grime all over the clothes. One last light bulb for the road. Even if it's not in a can. Alright, let's pull this camera view out. Get some different camera views and perspectives on this scene.
James!
もうやめてくれ。何度も苦しめないでくれ。 もう分かってる。お前が必要だったんだ。でももういらない。自分で決着をつける。終わりだ。
Insomniac does. Da. Da. Okay. So lots of stuff to look at here. Very faint seal of Metatron from Silent Hill 1. This was, according to Masahiro Ito, when talking about the original Silent Hill 2, this was a mistake. The symbol was not supposed to be there. But for the sake of the remake, they intentionally kept it in and included it. Wait, really? It's a mistake? How? It was supposed to be a placeholder for some other symbol or some other texture that was just included in the final release of Silent Hill 2. That's according to Ito. But I guess it's become such an iconic part of this location now, they kept it here for the remake. So we got the Seal of Metatron. We got our Double Trouble Pyramid Heads. But I want to jump up here. I need to... save a screenshot, because that should fix my controls. There we go. Neener, neener, you can't get me. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Reality hinged on Pyramid Head being able to get to me. Well. Oh, James's flashlight. Why is there a spare flashlight just hanging out over here? Huh. And the floating save point. Well. Let's try that again. We're going to put James up here so that we can get a better look at Maria. Oh my god, it keeps unloading. James is banned from the Maria platform. It seriously. Seriously. Oh. Uh-oh. Now even trying to load the thing. Well, let's do this then. Yeah. She's smiling. Talk about a weird, creepy detail. Do her eyes follow him, or are they only staring off to the side? I mean, she's looking over that way, where none of the character models are. Which door is she looking towards? This one. Her right, our left. She doesn't animate. Any significance out of curiosity and overthinking? I don't think so. James also will not aim at her. Like if you try to put the cursor directly over her, he looks down and away. Oh, he's got the face bug. He's got the facial feature bug. This is a bug that can happen. We've seen it several times in the playthrough, where his face starts doing this loop of twitch animation. The sneeze face bug. Oh, and there's the Silent Hill 3 Game Over sound. For some reason, the Silent Hill 3 Game Over sound plays right there. Ten out of 10 synchronized suicide. They were practicing this. But yeah, I completely forgot about the Silent Hill 3 Game Over noise playing at the very start of that cutscene. That last cutscene after you finish fighting them. And they got their eggs. Just appear. Blood-colored egg and rust-colored egg. Here, James. Let's take a picture with the boys. Oh, don't look at the egg. Look forward. And he's still doing the face bug. Say cheese. James, you sneezed and ruined the picture. Yeah, there's the bug. This is just a thing that happens. We've seen it several times. I think it's when he gets caught in between certain animations. And of course, there's a very particular fan in the community that does a lot of way over theorizing on the things that they find through data mining, who claims that that is not a bug, in their opinion, that it's an indicator of a particular mental disorder. Silent Hill fans, I love y'all, but really? It's clearly a broken animation. Yeah, that's a bit far. Yeah. And however, the fan in question who claims that continues gaining more and more followers and popularity and spreading their batshit crazy theories all the time. Whatever. Whatever, man. What do you think, Maria? And I'm so glad they kept this. This is just like a weird water-damaged door. This texture is from the original Silent Hill 2. But it looks like a face. Pareidolia in full effect. Even somebody asked Masahiro Ito about this on Twitter, and Ito was like, "I think you think too much." That was his reply. But, like I said, pareidolia in full effect. Our brains are just wired to look for patterns and figures and faces. But still, it's a texture that's very recognizable from the original Silent Hill 2. I'm glad they recreated it for the remake.
なんのよ、ジェームス。花花なんかいらない。いいからもう帰って。見てよこれ。ゾッとする。病気と薬のせいでまるで怪物みたい。何見てんの？もう早く出てってよ。ほっといてちょうだい。役にも立たないし、どうせすぐ死ぬんだから。殺してくれた方が楽なのに。でも医者にとって私は金づるだから。なんでまだいるの？帰れって言ったでしょ。聞こえないの？二度と来ないで。ジェームス、待って、お願い。行かないで。一人にしないで。出てけなんて嘘よ。お願い、大丈夫だって言って。死なないよって言って。助けて。
So this actually is like a long looping hallway. You can actually see that stutter at the end, where it loads everything back in. But then the entire hallway after that stutter is rendered in. Shape forces the mind. The all red final strange photo. Yeah, red text. Just a all red image in a square Polaroid, very reminiscent of the save points and everything. The red shape that we've been seeing, forcing James's mind, forcing us to accept reality, break the delusion. Hey, we can just bring the camera all the way up here. Mary's playing an invisible piano. Ah. Oleander. Proof Mary is full of monsters. Let's see, at what point does she move into her... Oh, now she's in her window position. She knew. I like how the model starts over there and then snaps over here at some point. She has 2 wedding bands. She has the gold wedding ring, but then she's also got this like copper looking one with the yellow and red stones. Double married. Engagement and then wedding band, possibly. The Mary ring and the Maria ring. Nice nails. She's got the earrings as well. She has multiple piercings. She's only wearing one set of earrings, but there's multiple ear pierce marks. That might just be scanned in as part of the actress. That might just be Salome, who has multiple ear piercings. The mole, the freckle. Because we don't get too many opportunities to look at Mary's model. I'm just kind of taking in all the details here. She's got them freckles. Hey, what's up, Taishi? Hope you're doing well. Look at the veins in her feet. And in the legs, got the varicose veins. Yeah, she's got rocks in her shoes. She has a blister on her heel, too, from the shoes. Yeah, she does. Again, these are probably just scans of the actress. There's so much detail, that's probably just something that was on Salome, and they kept it in. Adds a ton of detail, a lot to the character. Stuff that you would never notice otherwise, outside of a cam hack like this. Alright, so now we just teleport James over here. Oh god. Oh god, that broke everything. Oh, okay. That works. That's fine. Oh, he zoomed into place, and she's floating. I love this perspective.
会いたかった、本当に。
私も待ってた。一緒にいられるのね。ずっと。
違う。
ジェームス。ねえ、どうしたの？
すまない。分かってるんだ。
ジェームス、お願い。
妻は死んだ。思い出したよ。
やめて。
これ以上嘘は続けられない。
やめて。何が望み？いてあげられるのよ。一緒に。私はあなたのためにここにいるのに。メアリーはもう何もできないわ。私ならできるのよ。してほしいことはない？どうしてほしい？
ごめん。本当に悪い。マリア、頼む。許してくれ。それでもダメだ。こんなこと。もうやめにしないと。
ダメ。
え？
こんなことしたくなかった。絶対許せないわ。絶対。
The text change, the character model change as well. When Mary switches to Maria, there's 3 different model changes that happen there. There's a very subtle model change from Mary to Maria when the subtitle changes to Maria. And then there's another model change when she's standing at the window and looks away and then looks back and her eyes are a different color. So they actually swap in different models there. The only reason, by the way, shout outs to UFO Techie. I never realized it until UFO Techie pointed it out on one of his playthroughs because he had a visual mod for Maria that gave her like goth girl makeup. And you can see the Mary model shift into the Maria model very clearly when it's modded, and you see the makeup change like instantly. So one of those really cool details that, thanks to Techie, I was trying to keep my eye out for. She ain't smiling now. The drip, though. Oh, forming out of the moths, out of the butterflies. Have like the broken pieces of the cage, very similar to Flesh Lips. Oh, and she like pulls her hands in close. Oh, I love seeing the tendril, the tentacle. Curled up like a scorpion stinger. Oh. That's what's below. What happens if I'm up in the rafters? Getting big angry. James is doing the bugged out face. love her little grabby hands animation. Can you auto-win the fight without weapons? I don't know. I don't think so. Because this fight is like multi-phased. So I'm pretty sure we need to damage her enough to get her to the next phase. Rooftop sniper. She dodges. Okay. Well, that's kind of funny that that works. Why do we keep getting the bugged out face? I swear, I think it's like the heal animation while also getting attacked or something like that. Like overlapping animations just bugs out his facial animation. He gets the sneezes. So the arena for the next part of this fight is already up here. there. She actually is crawling around. Got the shotgun shell getting ejected. Oh, look at the little gears and clamps. Where the legs are attached. Cool detail. It's so damn cool, even if it reminds me of the final boss from Homecoming, the giant, pregnant robot spider boss. It's still pretty cool. Adjustable bed frame? Yeah, it seems kind of like an adjustable bed frame hospital bed. But just kind of a cool mechanical component to the design. I like it. There's an expression. James is just over here being a silly little guy. That is not how you should hold that chainsaw, buddy.
James. James. James.
A little flashlight flicker.
James.
I like how the legs
James.
of the frame are still all moving. Like a dying bug, dying spider.
James. 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 James.
That's her English voice? No, that's still the Japanese voice actress.
James.
Yeah, for sure.
James.
James.
James. James. James.
Is her hand coming off? I mean, we did mangle her with a chainsaw.
James. James. James.
That doesn't really look intentional.
James.
It kind of looks like the model is not...
James.
made to like bend that way. They sort of got it as close as they could. But I mean, it still is creepy looking.
ジェームス
I don't know. This one's all messed up looking too.
ジェームスジェームスジェームスジェームスジェームスジェームスジェームス ジェームス
Well, let's see what ending we get.
メアリー、
あらあなた
すまない。
いいのよ言ったでしょ楽にしてほしいって
ああ、そうだ。でもそれが違うんだ。
うん
本当は憎かったから。君が邪魔だったんだ。いなくなればいいと。
もしそうならどうして悲しそうなの
メアリー、
大丈夫よジェームスはい
これは
あなたが探してたものよ曖昧な眠りの中で夢見るのはあの街サイレントヒルいつかまた二人で行こうと約束しておきながら私のせいで叶わなかった私は一人でそこにいるあの思い出の場所でいつかあなたが来てくれるのを待っているだけどあなたは来てくれないでも待つわ寂しさと悲しみに浸りながら いつまでも。それがあなたを傷つけたことへの罰。だけど現実は変わらない。
What's with the box in the middle? Tinkerbell, the same thing happened when we pulled out the camera for the UFO ending. So for all of these little shots, instead of just rendering them full, the camera should normally be zoomed in all the way on that box in the middle, so that would be taking up the whole screen, and then they just make all that go away for the last shot of James and Laura walking through the graveyard. But because I pulled the camera perspective out before starting the cutscene, we get to see this. We get to see how they make that work in the scene construction.
でも気になるのはあなた。私が家に帰ることを喜んでくれるのだろうか。会いに来るたびにあなたは辛い顔をしている。私が嫌いなのだろうか、憎いのだろうか、私が疎ましいのだろうか。それも仕方ない。自分に未来がないと知って死にたくないとあがいた。なぜ死ななくてはいけないのか、焦りのままに周囲を傷つけた。あなたのことも。だから私のことが憎いと思う。でもここに書き留めておきたい。私はあなたを愛していた。こんな私のそばに何年もいてくれて本当に嬉しかった。ただ思いつくままに手紙にしたら取り留めがなくなってしまった。私が死んだら渡すように頼んであるの。だからあなたが読んでいる時には私はいない。でもいいの。もう怖くないから。痛みが早く消えてほしい。病気じゃない私の姿を覚えていてほしいの。あなたは前に進んで、あなたはあなたの生きたいように生きてほしい。自分をいたわって。
Angela's there.
ジェームス、私は幸せでした。
Angela's off camera. If you have the default camera, she's over there on the left. But pulling the camera angle back, she's just there. Angela lives canon. She made it out. Crazy. Alright, as much as I like this rendition of the song, we're skipping the credits. And we're loading up a game. That's not all. It's not over yet. We're going to load this one right here. This will make it all right for a special time, a special place. So where do you use this? Is it before the tape? To remake. Drink it inside 312. Okay, yeah. Just need to drink it in the room. So we should be able to just teleport up and do that. We'll run up there. That's fine. We'll run up there. Hey, Caro! Caro, thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. We're finishing up a Silent Hill 2 cam hack playthrough that's been going on for 30 parts. Basically the last month and a half. It's before the tape. It's before the tape, for sure. Because the ending itself has to do with the tape. But if you or anybody else does not want to have Silent Hill 2 spoiled for you, thank you for the raid. Thank you for coming by. Drop me a follow if you like Silent Hill. That's basically all I do on this channel. But major Silent Hill spoilers. Big spoiler warning for everybody who just showed up. So if you still plan on playing Silent Hill 2, which I absolutely recommend, it's a wonderful, wonderful game. The original and the remake are both masterpieces. They're very, very good. And you haven't played them, yeah, you have my permission. Dip out. Don't watch this, because we're at the very end watching multiple endings at this point. Okay, key items. White Claudia. Screenshot taken. Glug, glug, glug. Okay. Let's zoom the camera out. It's already kind of out. There we go. Actually, this one is probably just going to be a zoomed out look at the TV. Very similar to the videotape scene. We'll let it play. We'll see what happens.
また撮ってるの？やだ。はあ、何もないけどいいところよね。落ち着ける。これ知ってる？この辺りは神聖な場所だったんだって。わかる気がする。もっと痛かったな。だからいつかまた来よう。
そうだな。
早く片付けないと。ジェームス、ちょっとどうしたの？
いや、なんでも。大丈夫だ。
And there is the bliss ending. What would it be like if they were just happy? But also, he just completely gives in to the delusion to the point of just becoming a part of it. He ceases to exist and lives in the videotape with Mary. So this is a bad ending? I mean, it's up to you how you want to interpret it. We get a nice little glimpse of them kind of being happy together, so it's kind of nice. That's kind of nice. But when you really think about it, you know, he gives in to the delusion and lives happily with his ghost wife in the VCR. So probably not. All right. Shadow Noises asked, Nub, have you played through all the endings before tonight? No, I haven't. That was my first time. Well, I've seen all the endings, but that's my first time like getting the bliss ending on my own actual playthrough. That's one of the new New Game Plus endings that Bloober Team added for the remake. It's not in the original, by the way. They added 2 new endings, and that's one of them. And we still have another one. We're not going to be able to get the stillness ending yet. We'll have to save that for a playthrough in the future. But we do have one more ending that I can show. We just need to go over here into the Lost and Found and pick up this book. So that gives us the Lost Memories book, the Obsidian Goblet, the White Chrism, and the Crimson Ceremony. Now we need to beat the game. Stillness ending is such a rough one. Yeah, like I said, I've seen all the endings at this point, but I still need to actually get that one for my own records. We'll do that on a future playthrough, though. Also, sorry, we've already watched all these cutscenes multiple times at this point, so we're going to be skipping. Well, it forces you to watch this little part. I hate that the note progression for the way they start the music here is the same as Sweet Dreams Are Made of These, just slowed down, because my brain just cannot unhear it. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world in the 7 seas. Sorry. Curse of being a musician and pick up on shit like that. Like, I know that note progression. So the Marilyn Manson cover? I mean, it's the same note progression either way. The Marilyn Manson one's a little bit closer in tempo. Manson's cover of that song gave you a sore throat just from listening. I forgot I have prompts turned off. I don't know why I'm not just doing this. Oink. Sorry, Angela. Don't worry, you'll be fine. You make it out into the graveyard. Oh, they like don't even react if you attack them. I never actually tried. I always just sort of sit and observe them. Let's see if this one does the death animation this time. I'm almost certain it's supposed to. And it just didn't do it last time. No, it's doing the same thing as before. And this one you can attack and then it'll die. Okay, that's weird. That Silent Hill 3 game over noise. Always so distracting. At least to me. When you're used to hearing that sound a lot, and then it just suddenly plays in Silent Hill 2 Remake. A little weird. Zoom. Don't worry, Mary. On my way. Squish. Zoom. There she is. Aw, man. We didn't get that animation last time. I should have got a close-up on it. Do it again. Do it again. All right. Final ending of the playthrough.
James.
Enjoy the rebirth ending. And thank you everybody so much who's been with me watching this from the very beginning. We've cam hacked our way all the way through Silent Hill 2 Remake. It's been a really wonderful journey.
James.
I can't tell you all enough how much I appreciate you being here with me for it.
メアリー、安らかな眠りから覚ますのを許してほしい。君がいないと寂しくてたまらないんだ。この街はサイレントヒル。古くから伝わる神を崇めている。非現実的な力を彼らは持っていた。それは死をも否定する力。メアリー。
Repoison. Thank you so much. Get gift subbed. Magic Hoof, Corrosion, Foxcall, Gustavo Mantis, and Frostwolf 531. Enjoy those subs. Get gift subbed, get stick bugged, courtesy of Repoison. Thank you so very, very much. Avatar 5D with the 100 months. 100 months. Game saved. Classic. Classic. Thank you so much. 100 months of love and support. What a streak. Thank you so much, Avatar. Thank you so much, Repoison. And thank you, everybody, just for coming by, hanging out, watching, enjoying the streams. All the new follows, everybody who's joined us because of this playthrough or because of anything else. And everybody who's been here for the last 10 years while I've been doing this on Twitch. Invader Tori. Invader Tori, thank you so much for the 500 bits. Longtime lurker, big hugs, friends. Thank you, thank you. Very, very much appreciate the love and support. Shoutouts to the lurkers, the chatters, the subs, the Discord homies, everybody who's been here since the beginning, everybody who's brand new here and just came along with a random raid and has no idea what's going on. This has been a lot of fun. I love me a good cam hack playthrough. I've done a few of these for the classic games, but this one was very special to go through because I'm just learning so much about this game still since it came out. So much detail. Bloober Team did an amazing job with the environments and the character models and the details. A lot of really great little Easter eggs and out of bounds hidden things. Really cool seeing the way that a lot of the environments were structured when you view them out of bounds. I'm always curious about that sort of stuff, just from a game development standpoint, how areas are arranged when they, interconnect with other things and cutscenes, and how they have to kind of cheat camera angles and stuff to make certain cutscenes and things work. Being able to just kind of see all of that and experience all of that and poke around and look at every last little bit of garbage in the streets and finding a lot of really cool details and stuff along the way. It's been so much fun. And again, I cannot tell you all enough how much I appreciate you just being here while I nerd out over Silent Hill for the last month and a half, doing this cam hack playthrough. It's been really good. Really good. On top of like all the health issues that I've been having, getting back to streaming regularly and doing something like this, and just kind of watching all the regulars come back in day after day as we got back to it, felt really good again. As said, thank you so much just for being here, being along with me for all this. And we'll do a lot more like this in the future. I'm not done. I'm not done with Silent Hill 2 Remake. Now it's time to learn how to speedrun it. That's going to be my next big goal with Silent Hill 2 Remake, are speedruns. I'm going to try and get down some decent personal times for a few different categories. And add that game knowledge, because speedrunning is a whole nother type of game knowledge compared to just playing casually and looking at everything in detail. And I want to have that game knowledge for future story playthroughs. And then once I've got speedruns kind of under my belt, then it's going to be the in-depth story playthrough, the proper in-depth story playthrough of this game at some point. So that'll be something to look forward to. Taking all of the information that I've learned from all of my playthroughs and all of the research that I've done and everything I've learned from the cam hack, everything, and doing one nice big in-depth playthrough where I break all of that stuff down, talk about all of the information, interpretations, theories, everything that I can possibly cover. So that'll be like the next couple big Silent Hill 2 remake things to get through. And then we're only at the beginning of July. We're 2.5 months away from a whole new Silent Hill game. Silent Hill F is going to be out before we even know it. It's gonna creep up. Those 2 months are gonna fly by. And then we're gonna be jumping into Silent Hill F. First playthrough, first impressions, follow-up playthroughs, New Game Plus playthroughs, challenge runs, speed runs, cam hacks. And then we've got the Silent Hill 1 remake to look forward to. Silent Hill Townfall, if that still winds up coming out. We're going to be talking about Return to Silent Hill after I watch that in January. Silent Hill is back, baby. And I'm looking forward to it. I like having my plate full. But thank you all again so very, very much for being here today. This has been the longest stream that I've done in quite a while. A little over 9 hours. But like I said, feels good to be back. Back on Twitch. Back to mainlining Silent Hill directly into my veins. And yeah. Let's do it again some more tomorrow. So, till then, be good to yourselves. Be good to each other. Much love. Peace.